Hello, 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 hello. I feel human again. And it's Farming Friday. It's finally Friday. Best day of the week. We be farming. And I'm very excited for today because I'm pretty sure, I'm going to double check. But yes, we planted all of the crops except for the ones that required landscaping, which means today is finally the day that I go mow those massive grass fields that I made. See, I thought field 53 was massive when I made that, but then we made the even massiver one north of that. That was 2 plots combined. But we're going to do 53 first. Very excited. And let's see, what do I even... Yeah, so I need the mower. This is gonna be a lot of grass. I fully expect to get like... Oh, let me start the music up actually. I fully expect to get like 300 bales minimum. Surely. There we go. And at some point today, let's go this way. We might take a little, whenever I like take a food break or something like that, we'll watch the latest teases and stuff for PoE 2. Be watching the live reveal for that before we know it. That's on the 4th. Oh, it's good to be back to Farming Friday, man. There's something that's just really working with me with this new schedule where we play other stuff and then Fridays are just dedicated to farming. Like, oh, it's really nice to have this, like, I don't even know. This holy tradition of farming on Fridays. It's really nice. I really do look forward to it. And then like yesterday I was kind of like, man, you know, I'm so excited to start Etrian 3. But I woke up this morning and I was just so happy I was going to be farming today. All right, let's see how this goes. Gosh, I am proud of myself with this field. This is a good looking field. I'm probably gonna ruin it, sort of, because as soon as I cut the non part that I planted, it's gonna affect it. I wonder if there's something I could do. I think in the future when I make fields, I'm gonna actually like more carefully put a border around it to prevent this. But this is definitely gonna be a little bit messy. I'll try to stick to it, but yeah, the next time I do custom fields, I think I'm gonna change my strategy for how I like create them, so it's a little bit cleaner. So that we can not have to worry about screwing up the shape of the field every time I mean, it's really just grass that causes the problem. But it's not a grass field, this won't happen. And that's just because normally what's around a field is grass. So if you're out here with a mower, you cause weird stuff. I don't think that's how it used to be. I think this is a new problem with 25, but maybe I'm crazy. I do have a pretty bad memory. Like, honestly, maybe when I made fields before, I dealt with this and I just forgot that I did it. I don't actually know. Nope. Guess I'd rather leave a little grass in the end than like screw up the shape. I don't even know why I'm so worried about it when like this playthrough is gonna be over before the next time I mow this. All right, that's the hard part. Now we can just mow it. I'm pretty proud of the way the cutouts and stuff, this field look pretty good. When I drove up on this, like I think I accomplished the goal of it not looking like I made this field. Like it looked very like, I mean, not natural, obviously, but ugh, just love mowing in this game. I'm not the biggest fan of this mower though. Next playthrough, I'm gonna find a different mower to use. I'm just not feeling this one. Maybe I'll just do like, I mean, because I really want my next start from scratch to have more like purposeful, what's the word I'm looking for? Like positioning of stuff. So like where my grass fields are on the map is like together, and then all the equipment I use to like manage the grass fields is like stored near them. And then like I want to do more of a like, you know, I'll have multiple tractors and stuff like that. So really like the actual equipment doesn't normally travel very far. Would be nice. Except for maybe like when I go to sell stuff. And then maybe have like dedicated machines to like transporting for the purpose of selling that are bigger. And then have like a depot for those. I don't know. I just think it'd be like, it would look cool and it would just be fun that way for me. And so as part of that, maybe I could, because I've never really used them, like, but have really the dedicated mower like machine, like that kind of stuff. I mean, obviously I used Old Betsy. That is technically a dedicated machine. Like it had its own propulsion own engine, so it's kind of the same, but I mean they're like the bigger scale ones could be fun. And I think like that's one of the upsides too of like if I set it up that way where stuff is more separated, is that like I'll just end up using things I've never used before, because, or at least more things than I would normally use. Like obviously it's not the most like financially efficient thing, because I'd be buying more equipment, but that was something that was like so much fun about the No Man's Land playthrough, was that I had like multiple tractors and stuff, because I had like a tractor. I had this like little electric tractor that I used exclusively on the like small animal farm that where my like sleeping trigger was, just to like feed the animals in the morning. That's like all it did. It was like I kind of gave each vehicle, each tractor, like its own purpose, and I didn't use it for other things. And that worked out well for just like growth as well, because then like early on when I was buying, like, you know, I bought like a little gator early on because I had like no money, and I used the gator to transport chainsawed logs to the sell point, because I think that was one of the first vehicles I bought. And then I think that became the chicken feeder exclusively. The gator did. But it was just nice that it was like still on the farm and I was still using it. And then like I think the electric one I used to feed everything else. Maybe I used it to like water everything. I don't remember. But yeah, it was really fun. And then like I had, you know, I had like a bigger, almost like parking lot with a big garage, and then like my fields kind of away from the small farm. So none of that machinery was stored at the small farm, which kept the small farm nice and cozy and small, you know. And honestly, the way I'd set up that farm, there was no way I could have stored them there or even driven them inside of the farm, because the paths were too narrow. So it just wouldn't have worked anyway. It's kind of cool. And then like, you know, my chickens were right in front of my house, and then the oats, which we used to feed the chickens, were grown in a field right in front of my house. So like everything was kind of like positional in that way, and I missed that about that playthrough. I think it just did something for me, for my brain, that I really liked. It was a good feeling to it. And I was like checking the mod maps this morning, because I'm still kind of like not sure for the next playthrough what map I want to do it on. Like, I think I might end up just having to do the DLC map, because I want to make sure we can like do everything fishing wise, and there just really aren't good start from scratch mod maps that have enough water. So I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I really am tempted to just like stream trying to make a map. Maybe not the one that I was like dreaming up, the really complicated one, but maybe just like a more simple start from scratch map that fits the requirements that I want for it. Because it really doesn't exist, as far as I know, at least. What I would want, even from a basic level from a map, just really isn't in the game yet. the vibe that I want. But I don't know. I would have to like download the editor and then figure out a bunch of stuff that I have any idea how to do. But maybe it could be fun if I streamed it. I don't know. Can give it a shot. I mean, the good news is, since I wasn't really, at this point, I'm not like chasing starting a playthrough exactly when that DLC came out or anything. There's not like a time rush component to it at all. Like, it's not really a big deal if I delay the start of that playthrough to make my own map. I don't know, I think there's gonna be a lot of like weird things to figure out that are like not really that interesting though. That's my only concern, is that like it's not really like, it's not going to be an entirely creative process. It's going to be a lot of just like, why am I getting errors, you know? That kind of thing. Oh wait, I don't want to fold this up. Yeah, I wish this mower folded up to be detached. That drives me crazy. I was like looking at the XML trying to figure out how, if I could change that about this mower, but I don't know enough. All right, let's grab the windrower. I wonder how many bales this field will be. It's significantly, like, it doesn't feel as big as it felt when I made it. When I made this, I was like, oh man, this field's massive. This is gonna be great. And then we made that other one, and now this one feels so so quaint by comparison. Let's start from the top here. I mean, part of it was when I started, I wasn't originally going, I wasn't thinking about this path when we originally got this property, and then I decided that I wanted to keep the path, and then that meant a lot of the land wasn't really used for the grass. But it's aesthetically pleasing, which is the most important part, really. Since I certainly don't need the money. It doesn't seem like the grass is very thick. So either this, I assume this is fully grown, but it should be fully grown. We had like I had like a weird skew of like what should have been fully grown grass, because we had so much time where the grass wasn't growing because of the weather, which I didn't really anticipate. Like I was thinking of it more in terms of like, oh, it's not going to grow in December, but then it turned out to be like, oh, it's just not going to grow if there's snow, which is a very different thing. There's that, and I also don't know if I fertilized this field fully. I know I fertilized the big one, which is good, because that's the one that's going to be like super crazy, and I want it to be at its craziest. But these don't look like full grass piles to me. have been struggling to tell. Partially because in 25 there's some weird loading issues for me when it comes to these grass piles. Sometimes they like do that weird like level of detail loading thing, and it looks like it's like popping into existence. Yeah, it's really hard for me to tell. But my plan for today is hopefully to have a really long stream day. Like, I'm feeling so much better than yesterday, and I was feeling so much better yesterday than the day before that. Like, 2 days ago, I was dead from whatever bug that I caught. I couldn't breathe. I was miserable. And then yesterday, even though I felt way better, gosh, it was just, my lung was still just completely out. Definitely still not 100%, but I'm getting there. I'm hoping today I can do a nice long stream and get both these fields mowed and get all the bales baled, and then hopefully I'll do even more than that, but we'll minimum I want to make sure I get that done. But I would love if we could do the whole thing today. Get all the different harvesters going, harvest all the different crops that we planted. And this will be my first ever playthrough, I feel like, that I truly finished on stream. So I usually like kind of don't, like, I'll set out to have all these big goals and then I kind of like finish some of them and then get excited about whatever the next, you know, playthrough is or whatever. But this one, I mean, I set out to plant the crops that we planted and to harvest them, and we're very close to having that all done. I mean, I definitely don't think I've ever really reached the point I am at financially in this playthrough where it's just like we actually have all the money for all of the things I have planned. We really struck it rich with the wood chip, the wood chipping of those forests. I mean, the plot where that big grass field is was just crazy. That was a crazy amount of trees. And then you add into that, like, I've cut more trees in other playthroughs than this one, but I've never done wood chips, and I did not realize, and again, I'm still not sure if this was always the case and I just was unaware, or if I just didn't feel like doing it, or what happened. But wood chips are just so much more profitable. It's insane to me. I may have made the decision not to do wood chips in other playthroughs because I was intending to like do productions with them or something, and so like I maybe never even looked at the numbers for wood chips because it was irrelevant to me because I was going to do productions. But man, wood chips were like more than double the profit or something when I ran the numbers when we were figuring things out in this playthrough. And that made our profits ridiculous. Because I think I've cut, and I can double check, it's in our stats, but I think in this playthrough... Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I accidentally triggered the AI. I think we cut just over like 1,000 trees or something, but I could be wrong. The thing I love about this map is that like I was able to cut that many trees and it still feels like a forest map. Like it doesn't feel like I destroyed all of nature because I cut that many trees. There are still significantly more trees left than I have cut in the playthrough. And we really only cut trees from 3 different areas of the map. There was the field, not really a field, that I bought right at the beginning. It like looked like a field of poplar or something, but it was not actually a field, like a phony field. So there's that one. That turned out to be like from a effort to profit. That was a terrible decision, but it was fun. And then this field, which again, financially probably not the best, because like I ended up not, there's a huge section of it that doesn't really have trees. That is what I paid for, right? And also you know, it is an edge of the map property, which is always kind of a negative. And also I ended up, like, for aesthetic reasons, not really replanting all of this to be grass, which is the real I mean, really the trees are the real moneymaker. But yeah, we left a lot of things for aesthetic purposes on this one, but it looks so good. I'm very happy with that choice, even though financially not the best. And then it's, even if you like look at the plot, like I would say half of it is actually used. Like it's not very efficient. So 2 pretty inefficient ones, yet they still made us so much money. And then the real moneymaker, the crazy one, was the 3rd area that I bought that we're gonna mow here in a little bit. You know what? Actually, I'll just mow it now because we're over here. Let's just mow it now. Yeah, that one was just crazy. I think I made easily more than double the amount of money I made from everywhere else from this property we're going to now. Which is technically 2 pieces of land, but just a massive amount of trees. And we got so much coverage when it came to replanting with grass. Even with it being an edge property. So much bang for a buck over here. And we put the fence up, which I'm excited to see a bunch of Veils get caught by this fence. This is gonna be really fun. Because they will definitely roll on this. I mean, look at this. Oh my gosh, so much grass. Lola! Welcome in. And this has, at least on this side, a proper edge, so I can just cut this freely. Oh no, it's gonna be messed up too, actually. It's technical grass. It's okay. God, it's beautiful. Oh my god. This is the mowing experience. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is beautiful. This is a grass field. This is what you should have. Not the dinky little... Oh my god. So cut grass and chew. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. I never want to have dinky grass fields again. This is the way to go. This is beautiful. Look at this. Oh my god. This is a real grass field. Oh my god. It just goes and goes. I mean, this is just one line of it. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is absolutely beautiful. Okay, so what I painted down isn't gonna work for future fields. Noted. It's still cutting it. That's okay. In this case, it's fine. But for future notice, that's not what I'm gonna do. I'll have to put like, I'll probably have to put like dirt down, basically. For, oh. We'll figure it out. Next playthrough, whenever I make my own, the next playthrough that I do start from scratch stuff, where I make my own fields, I will figure out system. Oh my god. Imagine if I had old Betsy for this. Oh my god. We'd be here for a month, but oh my god, what a month it would be. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so much grass. It's beautiful. We got those trees that are in the center and stuff. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so good. This is so much grass. This is fantastic. Oh. Oh, this is a good field. Actual heaven. Beautiful. One. Ugh. I haven't even finished the perimeter. This is amazing. Absolutely crazy. I am good. I am so good. In mowing heaven. I died and went to mowing heaven. Look at this field. Look at all this grass. This is crazy. Oh my god. Think of all the marshmallows. I cannot wait for the veils. This is gonna be so good. They're gonna roll like crazy on this too. Field of Dreams. Oh my god. But yeah, I'm seriously considering that after this playthrough, I try to make my own map. Like, maybe not the crazy one I was thinking of, because I just don't know that I don't even know that I can make a map, much less one that's like something nobody else has done before. But at least one that like I would want to play on for start from scratch. But that has enough water for all the fishing stuff, because that would be great. Which honestly, for start from scratch, like the only reason it doesn't exist really is just because either like technically the physical requirements that I want exists, but they're usually like kind of lazy and they don't like look nice. I mean, I say that, but like I don't know how hard it is. It's probably hard, but they don't look nice in my opinion. But for start from scratch, I feel like it makes a lot of sense to have like a port. Like if you want a map that basically doesn't have a town but has a sell point and like a buy point, right? So if you think of No Man's Land, the way that he did it, that like made sense logically, is he kind of went the Animal Crossing route, where it's just at one part of the map, one side of the map was a train station, and that was the excuse for like that's your connection to the outside world, basically, right? It was the Animal Crossing method. So in a similar sense, I could do something that was just like a water port, where the same thing is true. But then that also lets you have water access for doing your fishing stuff. But also, I mean, just make it an island map would be another option. Be fully surrounded, but I want it to be a big map, so I'd probably do like a 4x or whatever size map, but just be surrounded by water. And then from there, like, I think I would want tree density on par with like No Man's Land, where it's a lot of trees, it's plenty of trees, but it's still mostly just like grassland, you know. And then from there, I would probably want at least one like water feature type thing, like a river, even though you're surrounded by water. Just for like that style of fishing to be an option. But maybe not. Maybe best not to do that, because you could always make, as a player, your own like river. That's very possible with the landscaping tools. So leave it like that. Let it just be, you know, you sculpt it for yourself. I don't want to have any like roads or anything like that. I want it to be like fully wild outside of the port where you can get stuff from. And then just the focus then makes it is going to be on it just being a pretty landscape. And like something I appreciate about this map that I would aspire to is that none of the landscaping is wonky where, you know, if you don't landscape it yourself, like if you just use tools, like you mow it, you plow it, all that stuff, that you're not gonna have like issues with the equipment, like any slopes being smooth slopes, no weird jagged artifacts from landscaping, stuff like that. It's like that is my goal. Seems way more reasonable than me like trying to figure out the buried treasure thing that I do really want to do. But also, if I do that, I feel like an island is perfect for the buried treasure thing that I wanted to do. So I could just have a bait, like if I can make the base of it, that it could be the base of the buried treasure map, is a start from scratch map that meets all these other requirements, right? So I'm thinking I'm gonna try to do that and maybe try to do it on stream after this playthrough ends, and then that will become my next playthrough map if I can succeed. And if I can't succeed, then we just play the DLC map. If I can't figure it out, we just play the DLC map. Or if some other map comes out that I want to do. But I'm itching for a true start from scratch, do everything playthrough. How many playthroughs are we doing? I mean, I don't know, infinite really, but I'm really just talking about like what my next one's gonna be. Because I want my next one to be a really big one that I'm playing for a really long time. Which one are we on? It's a good question. I mean, my first streamed playthrough was, I think, Farming Simulator 19. And that was the No Man's... I think my first one was the No Man's Land playthrough. As we accidentally jumped out of the vehicle. I think that was my first stream playthrough. And then we did... I had some side playthroughs. Like, I had the lone playthrough on the hill. Like, I had a bunch of, like, mini playthroughs where I didn't really do them for very long. Like, the No Man's Land was the biggest one I ever did. And then I'm really trying to think, like, did I really stream that many? I mean, we did the Western Wilds one. I believe that was in 22, where I did Western Wilds. And then, so that's 3. And then I did, in 25, we had the Riverbend Springs playthrough, where I was the contractor for Riverbend Springs. Which didn't, like, it was a pretty decently long playthrough, but it was a weird one. And I did I don't think I streamed my contract only playthrough, but I don't remember, for 22. I don't think I did. So that's 4. And then we did a really, really miniature one that I almost wouldn't even count as a playthrough, and on Futon Pentai or whatever, the Asian map, in 25. And then this one. I would still say most of my time spent playing Farming Sim, I have not streamed. So it's a little confusing for me to figure out, but yeah. But what was that, 5 or 6 playthroughs? But honestly, like, I feel like most of them are super incomplete playthroughs. Like, they weren't like this playthrough where I really, like, set out to do big goal and we're going to do it. And No Man's Land, I didn't even come close to doing everything I wanted to do, but I'm still super happy with how that playthrough was. Like, that was just super fun. And it really just ended because my computer exploded. But, like, it was great anyway. It was a good playthrough. And, like, Western Wilds was getting to be really good. I don't feel like I got a lot of fun on that one, but you're a marvel for doing that, by the way. God, this is a great field. I love this. Yeah, the Western Wild ones was fun because we did mess around with, like, I, like, went from one end to the other end mowing at one point. I made some really pretty fields in the Western Wilds one. But I don't know, it never felt like the Western Wild ones. I never felt like I got to the point of really, like, creating my own thing. So I would say, like, No Man's Land is my favorite playthrough I've ever done on stream. My second favorite, I think, is this one. And then the next one would be the contractor one in Riverbend Springs, because that one was just, like, interesting. That one was funny. And I had, like, I loved having that little, like, mobile home across from the construction project. Like, it was kind of like an RP playthrough. It was kind of nice. It was kind of fun. We had our goats. It got a little bit crazy at the end. I think I lost my mind near the end of that playthrough because productions without any mods and in real time was incredibly impossible. Like, we basically didn't start buying pallets because the requirements for those construction projects were insane. And they were insane if I wasn't in real time, but I was in real time. Like, there was just no way. Like, I started out trying to actually cut enough trees for all of those construction requirements, but, like, Do you know how many years we would have had to go planting? Like I would have had to cut like 10,000 trees or something in that playthrough. It would have been ridiculous. It just got crazy. I don't understand the numbers of like what they set up there for the, I think they call them like community projects or something like that. The numbers behind like actually making all that stuff yourself were nuts. They were just nuts. But now, like now that the, what's it called? I don't remember what the mod's called, but the one that lets me increase the production capability of a factory by spending money mod, now that exists, and I have all-in-one production kind of stuff, and there's mods that like let you produce things like I did check this morning. There are greenhouses for wood production, so they're basically a production, but functionally they, or like visually, they look like greenhouses where you're growing like saplings. So that in combination with the other mod, okay, yeah, enjoy your share. That in combination with the other mod means we could do a non-lumberjacking playthrough where I still do all the productions because I could get my wood from there. I could do a playthrough where I don't cut a single tree, but I can get my wood from that kind of greenhouse. So that would be amazing. Yeah, like I'm really excited to do that. And then there's another mod that lets you like make farm necessities. So like you could produce seeds, you could produce fertilizer, stuff like that, produce lime. So my hope is we make a map that like my dream map basically to do a playthrough like this on. And I do a playthrough where we start with nothing but a fishing rod. And we build up to the point of making all of our own stuff. So I want to try to basically make it where the only thing I actually buy in the playthrough is buildables that I place, and machines. But I don't buy seeds, I don't buy fertilizer, I don't, and even animals, I would like to buy like the original 2 or whatever, and then just breed them to get more. Like basically just the bare minimum of that, and like actually like grow and make all my own things and like craft the own. San, hey. So that's my hope for the next playthrough, is like really go all in and we do all of that. And I want it to be a very long-term playthrough where we keep up the Farming Friday, and like over years, most likely, you can see the map and the playthrough change over time, like real life years. What? Oh, okay. I got taken over by AI again. How dare they? How dare they try to take this from me? I love this field. This is so satisfying. But yeah, that's my hope, but it all kind of, like, I feel like for it to be what I want it to be, it all hinges on, yeah, AI was trying to take my job. It all hinges on me being able to make the map that I want, because it really just doesn't exist. The map that I want to do this playthrough on just does not exist. And so I need to make it if I want it to exist, unfortunately. And that's a pretty big if, because I don't know how to do that. So, but Yeah, I think it was Lola that brought up like maybe it would be fun if I streamed trying to figure that out, and I think that is the way to go. Like, literally we do it all together, including making the actual map that I want to play on. Just that sounds really cool to me if I could actually pull it off. This is the best grass field I've ever mowed. This is amazing. Oh god, I'm so happy I made this. The only bummer is that I don't really like this mower. But man, I love this field. This is a good field. That and that I didn't figure out the like edges of the field properly. Next playthrough, I'll do it right. I think the key is going to be basically a non-grass border to the fields, especially for a grass field in particular, so that I can mow over the edge and it doesn't affect the shape of the field. For like my ideal map, and like this map has made me think about is like maybe I really want part of it to be perfectly flat so that when you build stuff it's not a pain in the ass. But I don't know if that would mess with the like aesthetic that I want of it being untouched wilderness, you know? I think it would have to be I'd have to be very smart about where I have perfectly flat land, because otherwise it's not going to look natural. But I bet there's a way I could do it where it would still look good. I don't know, maybe I'm just way too overconfident, because I don't even know if I could get a map of any caliber to work in the game. There's a lot of just like I said, like non-creative stuff involved in just getting it to exist and to work and to function without errors. Just more like technical mumbo jumbo. I heard a dog. I cannot wait for the bales to roll down this little slope and hit that fence. Oh my god. It's gonna be such a mess. A beautiful, beautiful mess. I'm excited for tomorrow too, for Etrian 3. I was looking over like what party comp I'm going to do. And the other thing I don't think I mentioned yesterday was that part of my plan for the party that I'm making, that I'm sure makes it not really, you know, ideal party comp, but it just satisfies me, is that I'm going to use every class in the same party. Well, there's 2 classes you unlock as you play that won't be in the party, but all the base classes will be part of the party because of the subclass system. So I've designed my party comp to have every single class in the party. The most unused of all the classes, where like I'm barely even using them, they're like a subclass to a character I'm using like, I think like 5 skill points or something ridiculously low, is the Wilding class, which is a summoning class, which is part of the reason I don't really want to use it, because the character I'm going to name Knightley, the tank of the party, is going to subclass Ninja, for the sole purpose of summoning a clone to also be a tank. So that means the summoning slot will be taken, because you can only have 6 members on the field at once. You can only have 5 party members in a party, but there's an extra slot you can fill with summons. You can also have like a smaller party and then fill more slots with summons if you wanted to, but for a party of 5 you can only have 1 summon. So really, since I'm already taking that up with Ninja, the Wilding class, since almost all of its functionality is around summoning things, just doesn't have that much purpose. But it does have like 2 or 3 abilities it can use that I'm gonna take one of, that's called like Primal Drums, I think is what it's called, and it just lowers the defense of the enemy by like 35% or something pretty good. So one of the members is going to pick that up, but nothing else from the class. And it's going to be the spellcaster, because the spellcaster is pretty much like has so much good stuff in its base class that it really doesn't have points left over anyway. So it's just kind of perfect. I'm also just really excited to have a spellcaster again, because we really didn't have one. We really didn't have like elemental damage at all really in Etrian 2. Apparently it wasn't even really that good. Like someone was commenting when I was playing that like elemental damage wasn't even really a good thing to have in Etrian 2. Like it was really weak. But I just kind of missed, like I missed the style of play where you like figure out the weakness of a boss and you exploit it. I missed that in our Etrian 2 playthrough. Like honestly, all the boss fights ended up being, and I'm sure this wouldn't be the case or won't be the case when I go and do post game for Etrian 2, but all the boss fights ended up being very same in how we approach them, because I wasn't super concerned or concerned at all really with their weaknesses, because Louise just negated everything. Louise just said, if you have something you're strong against that we use, you aren't strong against it anymore because of dampen. And then she just like poisoned, and then eventually did the, you know, evil eye suicide combo, and just everything's negated. And then outside of that, the rest of the party just did physical damage. Like we just raw damaged everything. And really the only considerations for every boss in that playthrough for us were like what they did to us to stop us. So like when they confused us, or they cursed us, or like they did some sort of like ailment to us that we were really bad at dealing with, because I didn't have very good ailment management. So it was a weird playthrough. It was a weird playthrough for me for Etrian. And I think part of that is just because Etrian 2 is kind of weird, but yeah, it was also just a weird party comp. But I mean, I'm glad I did something kind of outside my norm, but I'm excited to like go back to a much more well-rounded party. It's going to be so well-rounded that it'll have every single class in it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be really interesting. And I did check because I was saying it yesterday and I wasn't sure because I couldn't remember. But it is true what I said yesterday, that Etrian 3 has none of the previous game classes. It's all new classes for Etrian 3. So very fun. And I think they do like when I was like going over the skills and like trying to figure out my party comp, I feel like they did a really good job of not just essentially making the same classes but by a different name, if you know what I mean. Like they are genuinely unique and they're their like own unique spin on filling the roles that need to be filled for an RPG, turn-based RPG. Which is I just love the class design in Etrian games in general. So it's really, really fun to just get like a whole new set of classes. Like I think it's 10 base classes because that's how I'm able to fit them all in the party, obviously. We fit them exactly. There are no duplicates. And then there's 2 that you unlock throughout the game. And then apparently, and I don't know how much I'm going to actually look into this. I might wait until we just have a full playthrough. But apparently there are multiple endings. So I think what my plan will be like, do one full playthrough, see where we're at. And then if I want to keep playing, then maybe look up like how to get the other endings based on whatever ending we get. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if it's one of those JRPG cases where your first playthrough is like going to be a certain way and there's like a true ending, but you can't get the true ending on your first playthrough. Like, I don't know if it's like that kind of situation or if it's more of like just 3 separate endings that are I think it's 3 endings. 3 separate endings that are just like all valid but just different. You know, I have no idea. But because unlike Etrian 1 and 2, I've never done a full playthrough of Etrian 3. I've just played like a little bit of the first stratum in the original. This one I'm going to be spending way more time with, I think, unless something goes horribly wrong, than I did on stream for 1 and 2. Because 1 and 2, I have played the original. I have 100% the Untold versions, which requires playing through the game twice in that version because you have to do story and classic mode. So I had already played through both of those games 3 times each before I streamed the HD version for you guys. So that's why I wasn't like, I mean, I was pretty thorough, but I wasn't crazy thorough with either of those playthroughs because I've already played the heck out of those games. Whereas 3, I haven't. So I might want to stream 3 full playthroughs. I have no idea. But I think it's ultimately going to be a slower playthrough, way more like exploring and meticulously like discovering everything compared to those 2 playthroughs. I'm just so excited. I'm so excited. And then we're gonna have oh, I want to watch with you guys some PoE stuff today at some point because maybe if I get food or something, because they released another teaser. I saw there was a Talkative Try video that we could watch, so all that could be good. I'm very excited. Man, that PoE 1 league just got me in the PoE mood. I'm just Give me more PoE. And we're getting Druid, and who knows what else we're getting. And the live events are just always so good. I'm just so excited every time for every PoE live event. And they're so much fun to stream and to watch with you guys. Like, I love it. And I'm honestly, after so much hardcore with the 3.27 and PoE1, I'm looking forward to just chilling with a softcore playthrough with this next league. Honestly, it's gonna be really nice to not be worried that everything's gonna end at any moment. Actually really looking forward to that, as much as I love hardcore. And I still have not played Act 4, so even if they don't add another act with this patch, I get a new act, because I never got to Act 4 because I kept dying before, because I played hardcore last league. So yeah. But I also feel like playing hardcore in PoE2, playing hardcore is build limiting by nature, right? Because you're worried about you can't just play a build that's gonna die all the time. So that's build limiting, but PoE2 already has like a little bit of a limited build problem right now anyway. Like, your options feel very limited in PoE2 compared to PoE1. So I think honestly, me playing so much hardcore in PoE2 is probably a bit of a mistake in that regard, because it just made me even more sour on the fact that there aren't as many options. So I'm looking forward to we're just gonna wing it. I'll just play Druid. I'll make whatever build, because it doesn't matter, because if I die, I don't die forever, and it'll be great. And we can just play around with whatever skills or whatever added. And I want to expand my knowledge of defenses in PoE. So I want to try to focus whatever build I make. I really want to try to focus on making it a really tanky build. Like, maybe it'll be a much slower build. Maybe it doesn't, you know, I'm not zooming, but I really want, and this could be a little bit painful of a learning curve for me, because like it really is so much easier to just increase your damage. It's like the best defense in PoE is just increase your damage, because if you kill the thing before it can touch you, then who cares what your defenses are, right? But a good offense is the best defense in PoE for sure. But yeah, I think it'll make it harder, but I'm looking forward to it for sure. And it won't matter if I die a bunch, because again, I won't be playing hardcore, so. We'll definitely have to have the death counter. I think there's gonna be a lot of deaths if I'm not focusing on damage. I think I'll have a good time, which is all that really matters. Wrote me a novel and DMs. Okay, I'll check it later. Oh. By the way, I don't know if anybody's here who would know the answer to this, but I've noticed a couple times people doing the treat command and then nobody got a treat for like a while now, and I don't know, is my treat stream broken for y'all? Because I checked it and it seemed like it was fine, but thank you, Zam, for checking. No? Okay. Oh no, but your credit card would. Okay, I was just trying to make sure it wasn't on my end, but that's fine. I mean, it's not fine. I'm sorry about your credit card, but I wasn't sure what was going on because I noticed multiple times like it was Lola and I think even I saw Dalish trying it and I was like, okay, now I'm getting worried because I saw at least like 3 people do the command and then no treat, so I was just like, oh no, did I break it? But that's good. I'm glad it's not broken. There is something still broken in my stream stuff where I get double alerts. All fixed but still on fire? Oh no. Yeah, I do have another issue with my alerts where when it does TTS, it does it twice. I still need to fix that. But I mean, at least you guys are getting double the value if you if you do a message, I guess. Ugh, I love how big this field is.
Knight 312 hug Knight 312 hug Knight 312 hug Knight 312 hug.
Oh boy, there goes. Yeah, that problem. Thank you. Thank you for the bits. Yep, that's the problem I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. Get double voices. Yeah, I just need to look at it. Honestly, it just hasn't been high priority for me because, you know, it's not like alerts are popping off every stream or anything. My stream is scuffed. It's fine. We're just chilling. The best kind of scuff. Oh, I love this. This feels like perfect because mowing in particular, I love when the field's so big that you kind of just like... The best mowing is when it's big enough that you can be mowing long enough that you can get to that like zen mowing state. Where like, I just like am like doing it so... I'm like not even aware of it and I just like... It's like I look up and then all of a sudden we've mowed this whole area, which is definitely what just happened to me. I'm just like, oh, we're almost done. When did that happen? I'm just talking away, mowing. When it was like those pre-made fields that are like pretty small, it just didn't hit the same, you know? It's just not the same. But I am really excited for the next playthrough after this one, and I hope that I really am hoping I can make my own map and really like set myself up to do the kind of playthrough I want to do instead of doing the Giants map for the DLC. But we'll see. I think there's going to be a lot of issues that I can't really anticipate, that are not necessarily like fun problems to solve. They're just gonna be like a bunch of error messages because I need some kind of something. I need some file or whatever. We'll see. If I can get to the point where it's just a matter of, it's like a creativity problem and not technical problems, then I think we're golden, right? Because then it's just a matter of time and effort and everything's fine. But I'm more worried that it's going to be just a bunch of technical problems and me not understanding how it works to make a map. And forever ago, I remember hearing that Alien Gem, who made the Western Wilds map that I played on and made famously No Man's Land, wasn't going to bring any of his maps or his previous maps to Farming Simulator 25 for the first time in a really, really, really long time. Like he'd always done it. And the reason I had heard at first was that he was just taking a break. Like he just had been very heavily making mods for Farming Sim for a long time, and he was just taking a break. But then I heard that he was taking a break from doing that because he wanted to focus on making new stuff. So it would be kind of crazy if, like, because we're pretty deep into, like, it's been a year now. It's been over a year since 25 has been out. It'd be kind of crazy if there was an Alien Gem map drop, you know, a year and a half or 2 years into 25's cycle. Because I can't even imagine, like, what he could be working on that would take him that long to cook, because he pumps out stuff pretty quickly. Though maybe if he's taking it easy, it's just more of a matter of, like, he's just not putting as much time into it. But he's just made basically all my favorite maps, like No Man's Land, Spectacle Island, and Western Wilds are definitely in my top 5 favorite maps ever. The only one that's my actual favorite he didn't make was that one we played. Oh, I forgot about the New Frontier playthrough when Juan was asking me about playthroughs. I forgot my favorite map. Yeah, but that map where we did all the dirt pickup and stuff, that was not Alien Gem. But outside of that, like, all my favorite maps are made by Alien Gem. I mean, I guess this one's on my favorite map list now too. So I think my top 5 are literally New Frontier, this map, Western Wilds, No Man's Land, and Spectacle Island. So that's my top 5. Not in that order, but yeah. This is probably on the bottom of my top 5. I do really like it, but I think those other maps are really, like, hard to beat for me. I think New Frontier is my favorite map. And then probably No Man's Land, and then Spectacle Island, Honestly, like Spectral Island and No Man's Land probably kind of like fighting for that number 2 slot for me. I really like Spectacle Island. You guys never saw that one because he didn't port it to 22. So I didn't do a stream playthrough of it. And then Western Wilds, and then this map. Western Wilds was impressive for being as interesting as it was when it was so flat. Like, it's one of the flattest, like, emptiest maps I've ever played, and somehow it had so much personality anyway. It was a good map. Low. All right, now the hard part. I gotta windrow this bitch. All right. Figure out how I'm gonna do this. Can't see. Once we get the edges, it will be easy, but easy-ish, easier. I still have to worry about trees, I guess, but I guess that other field was fertilized because it looks about the same in terms of how big the grass piles are. Maybe they're way bigger than I think they are. They just don't look that. I hope this was fully grown. That'd be really sad if it wasn't. But like, it's April. And we planted it before winter. Like, I think I planted it in, like, October. So surely it's fully grown. It's only a 3 months to fully grow. It might have been October 3rd, I guess. Which then if it grew in November, but it didn't grow in December, and it didn't grow in January, then February, May, maybe somehow it's not fully grown, but I think it is. If this field doesn't give me at least 160 bales, it's not fully grown. I think it is though. Bow, bow, bow. Ba-da-dow. Bow, ba-dow. I'm still expecting, assuming something didn't go terribly wrong and these aren't fully grown, I'm expecting 300 bales at least total. With this field and the other one we mowed combined. And I feel like I'm underballing it. Like, I think it's going to be way more than that, but we'll see. Because we had pretty small fields that were getting me like, you know, 30 to 40 bales. And this field's massive. I'm just so worried that it's not fully grown. It just doesn't look right. It just looks like it should be, or it looks like it's not very tall. Yeah, I love this field. It's on this crazy slope too. Like, it really doesn't look that crazy of a slope until you look at it from certain angles, and it's just like look at this angle, you're just like, holy shoot. Like, look at the fence all the way down there. We're gonna have some crazy rolling bales in this field. I feel like I could, on making a map myself, like, I feel like the way to make it look more natural but still have sloped areas is if it's almost like it's an island, right? If just like there's a smooth like good slope to the edges that go to like to the water, right? Like, if the center is more flat but around the edges are where it's like sloped. Maybe that's how I can get kind of both, because I want there to be plenty of area to like build things that's not annoying, but I love, especially for grass fields, when it's sloped like this. I just love it. But it's gotta be like just right, because there were plenty of times on No Man's Land where there were slopes that were just awful. They were awful. Like, I love that map, but man, especially around the edges, like this plot is, there were edges that were just actually impossible for all but Old Betsy to even traverse. Like, a tractor could barely, with no implements, even go to those sections because the slopes were so bad. Whereas, like, this manages to be incredibly steep and incredibly sloped, but somehow completely workable. And I think that's, like, the thing that I'm so impressed by this map because of that part of it. And it kind of blows my mind. It must be so difficult to do this because it feels like every map, including like Giants, there's so many issues with stuff like this where it's just like, this would not work. You couldn't have a wide tool on a sloped field that was sloped this dramatically on like any other map I've ever played. Like, it just never really works out. It's always kind of janky, and for some reason on this map it isn't. And I feel like it just must be that whoever made this map was really meticulous about it. I don't know, maybe I'm giving them too much credit. Maybe maybe it wasn't that hard at all. I have no idea. But it just seems like it must be hard, because even Giants maps have so many weird problems. Although maybe Giants is the example of meticulous detail on maps is not a good example, but it's a good thing I put that fence there, because those pants are gonna roll. They're gonna roll. Honestly, I'm worried about like what the fence can't catch a little bit. I feel like this road down here is gonna be full of fails. We'll see though. No, maybe it's just a graphic setting or something, but these grass piles just don't look right to me. The graphics are really wonky for me in 25. Maybe I messed something up in my settings, but I know I did a bunch of settings tweaks at one point because we were just having crashing issues, but I don't know, like sometimes things just look like really fuzzy, blurry, and like we get so many like texture pop-ins and stuff like that. It's kind of weird. Like 22 and 19, you know, weren't the craziest for like graphic fidelity I've ever seen in a video game or anything like that, but I don't really remember it being like this. Maybe it is because 25 has like a higher fidelity that it's like has the side effect of having these other issues. I'm not sure. But I think I've noticed it the most with the grass piles where it's just like it's kind of trippy to look at because it's like depending on where I am, the grass pile looks totally different. Look at that though. Look at all them trees. Like this map is just so many trees. And I love when you're on a slope and you just see the trees going forever and ever. Like it's so pretty. That is something like I hope doing like an island map will help with is like see how like the edge of the map looks like really weird. I think if it's fully an island, it'll be nice that you won't really have that problem because the edges are water. So no matter where you are doing field work, you're not going to have weird graphical stuff like that. In theory. This much time just to put it in rows, like this is gonna be crazy. Thing that honestly I think is gonna take the longest with both of these fields, it's just not even like baling is gonna take some time, of course, but like transporting the bales back to my storage because I can only carry 24 bales at once. If we end up making 300 bales, like my storage is on the opposite side of the map. It's actually in like the opposite corner almost. Like it's really far from here. I did like for like 2 minutes I checked the mod hub if there was like a bigger bale trailer that I would want to use, but I didn't really, nothing like jumped out at me, and I was just like, ah, fuck it. We're gonna be here a while. It'll be fine. I was trying to remember, like, I think in my No Man's Land playthrough, I think I did use. I have like a vague memory of like a blue flatbed trailer that I was using like some kind of auto bale pickup mod with, because I remember having like a stack that I was like controlling. I was like levitating in the air to place down or something. Because I was using like covered storage for my bales, and it was like, you know, a mess. Like most of our storage for bales at that time was just leaving them in the field because it was so many bales, and back then we didn't have like proper bale storage from Giants where, like, you know, they were tucked away. So now that Giants made that, now we have like mods that operate the same way and stuff like that. But they used to just like put them in piles underneath a covered shed, right? Like, and picking them back up was always like, you know, picking up a house of cards. It was a mess, but a fun mess. And No Man's Land in particular it was crazy because I hit the bale limit all the time, because you can only have so many bales like out in the world at a given time, and it's really only like proper bale storage that solve that problem. Like, you need to actually store them for it to not count towards the bale limit. So when I had like, because I think the limit was like 1,000 bales or something, and I was just hitting that all the time because I had multiple fields in that No Man's Land playthrough that were this size, or at least close to this size, because I was basically just any piece of land I bought, I was just mowing every inch of it unless it had trees, and then I was cutting the trees. But we would always start, before I made a field or something, I would just mow the entire property, and it just meant I had a ridiculous number of bales all the time, which was great visually. Like, I wish there wasn't a bale limit, just for the fact that, like, looking out at your land and just seeing the bales sitting there in the field was very, like, visually pleasing to me, because it makes me think of like when I was a kid, and like, you know, there was like a field on my great grandma's farm or next to it or something that I remember that had these huge like straw bales, hay bales, something. They were like big round bales, and that's what they did. They had them left out in the field. I assume they had some sort of big machine that made them in that field the way we do in Farming Sim, and then they just had left them there until they're going to use them, because like there wasn't any reason for them to move them, I guess. Which I'm surprised by now that I played Farming Sim, because you would think maybe they'd be worried about like rain or something on the bales, but maybe they just saw the weather forecast or something. Maybe I just caught it at exactly the right time, and they were gonna move them, but they just hadn't yet. I have no idea. But they were huge. I mean, I was little, so maybe my perspective is off, but they were huge. In my memory of them, I would think they are bigger than this tractor, but that's probably not the case. I was probably just small. But they were taller than me. I'll probably take a break after I do the roast for this because I am peckish. I need to scour the kitchen for a snack. Still working on my coffee as well. I got distracted with farming and I bet my coffee's cold now. I love these trees when they get like the white flowers in them. So pretty. I think those are oak trees. I've never seen an oak tree with flowers in it though. So before we moved, I'd barely ever seen a tree, so it's not really saying much that I've never seen a tree with flowers. Just the difference between this field and 53 is crazy. I feel like I knocked out the mowing for 53 in less than 30 minutes. Like it was such a nothing. Like, the perimeter of this field was probably already more grass than the entirety of 53. Okay. Just got this little L up here. At least like 2 more rows here. And then we just got the smallest part of the field up here, the little lip. The toe of the boot. Ba-da-bum. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Okay, do I want to go? Let's start going the other direction. This way. Whoa, 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 whoa. Stupid AI worker. AI trying to take my job. Welcome back, Juan. I just keep accidentally pressing the AI worker button and then it takes over my vehicle and I don't like it.
I do not know as much about human relationships as I thought.
There's only room for one of us to go. I don't even know what an AI worker would try to do on this field to like be a complete disaster. Yeah, I think we'll get a couple bales from this. Just a couple. At least one load of bales, right? At least, yep. And I can go on vacation, yeah. That is one thing I wonder about a little bit is like, is there somebody out there that's just like got a bunch of grass fields and they're just once every 3 months they have a really busy day and then outside of that they're just chilling? I'm realizing there's like a whole stretch of grass I didn't even cut right there. It's fine though. I guess I didn't see it because it was like in the shade of the tree. But that's really funny. Or maybe it's part of it? No, it's definitely not. It's just, I just didn't cut it. Weird. Alright, that's that. A little bit of grass. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Game can't even load in all this grass. Popping in all over the place. But yeah, it's like hard to imagine a world where somebody just like bought a chunk of land and they just tend to it once every 3 months, and then that's like their whole business plan. Oh, I went the wrong way. I feel like that's just not actually how anyone's life works. Even though in Farming Sim you could totally pay the bills that way. You need a bunch of upfront money, but you could pay the bills that way. I mean, maybe Farming Simulator is realistic in that sense, but the reality is ain't no individual got that kind of upfront money who's interested in that kind of life. Yeah, I used to live close to farms growing up too. Although they were kind of weird farms. They weren't like normal farms. But like, if you're the kind of person, because like, to buy the tractor and the windrower and the mower, to like buy them and to buy the land is so impossible in real life, right? Like, the person who would desire the humble life of once every 3 months just putting in the work. I mean, once every 3 months, but also it would take you multiple days once every 3 months, right? The person that would desire that life is not the person sitting on like $2 million or whatever it would cost. But I feel like it's not even money that's like, at this point, it's more than money that's the problem. I'm sure if you had enough money, you could get rid of the problem, but like, I just feel like getting land nowadays is like a weird process. Also, my understanding is in real life, not all land is like made equal. So, if just because it's like the same amount of land does not mean it's like viable land, you know? You don't just like use the right tool over it and then magically it's gonna grow a certain amount of grass, you know? That's just video games. That's video game farming. That's what makes video gaming farming so satisfying, is that it's like so much easier than it is in real life. For a lot of reasons. A lot of reasons it's easier. Not the least of which is having the startup capital. So excited to see all our variety of crops. All 19, I believe it was the total, the final count. 19 different crop types. Excited to see them all grown up. My babies all grown up. Oh, I forgot I was gonna go on a stretch break, actually. Let me do that. Maybe I can find something to snack on. I think I have some nuts. Put you guys over here. And I will be back in a little bit. And we will bale up this grass. See how many bales we get. We're back. Okay, I'm back with almonds. I'm gonna pull up that Talkative Try video. And so I'm gonna need both my hands for bailing. Bum, ba-dum. Ba-na-nim, ba-nam.
Hey, Exiles.
Hmm?
I'd pass through all the strangers.
Time to yap.
Just looking for your face. Going through different faces. Feeling out every intention. I take every piece.
Cut the music.
Hey, Exiles. I know what you're thinking. Talkative Try. Grinding Your Games only released a 30-second teaser of the new Path of Exile 2 leak. How in the world does it justify them dropping a nuke?
We're watching PoE2 news from Talkative Try.
All about PoE 2. Well, I am about to justify that title with this video because the release of the teaser for the Fate of the Val, if you thought people were excited about the Druid coming to PoE 2, well, just take a look at the comments about @Zeri possibly appearing in this game. Seriously though, that 30-second teaser has so much info packed into it for those of you who haven't played Path of Exile 1 especially, because Grinding Gear Games is using prior league mechanics and prior game mechanics as inspiration for the new PoE 2 leagues. And now we know what league we're getting in PoE 2. It's not The Last of the Druids. That's the title of the expansion or the content update. The actual league mechanic, much like Rise of the Abyssals, is called the Fate of the Val. And there's a lot of potential inside that title. So I am going to back up all of my claims, my nakedly ridiculous nuke claims, with all of this video. If I manage to back it up, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel with the bell notifications on. Also, leave a comment. Are you excited for @Zeri? First of all, the teaser. What does it mean? Well, this person right here is almost without a doubt Queen @Zeri of the Val, the individual that communes with the beast at the end of Act 3 before we go back to the present with Doriani. Remember, her communion with the beast causes one of the
This is
great
like
cataclysms of Rayclast, spreading corruption
all from like a
across the land,
5-second teaser,
wiping
by the
it
way.
out, and destroying the entire Val civilization. I think the moment that we're seeing in this trailer is her communing with the beast. Now, I thought this meant a magical ritual with the beast of thaumaturgy. It appears Jazaris, guest on the Still Sane podcast, was right. Roll the clip.
When we are doing stuff related to the Val and @Zeri, they
Oh, I love
say
this guy.
that @Zeri wanted to commune with the beast, and that created the cataclysm. I have some discussions in my community because apparently they are interpreting this whole thing wrong. I think that @Zeri communing with the beast means that she was going to fuck the beast.
No.
I think that she fucked the beast. Brother, they are saying communing to leave it open to interpretation. They can't say in the game, oh, she's going to fuck the beast. They can say that.
All right.
So they say commune. They say
Not gonna try,
commune
like,
because of that.
no,
dude.
wait.
And she's absorbing
Family-friendly
the
show.
beast energy
No.
through her.
No.
And
Oh my
check
God,
this
dude,
out.
holy shit.
She's a four-footed god queen, lustful, prideful. She's 100% that. And when the beast came, that was a cataclysm right there.
Okay, so we know what this moment is, but what does it mean for the game? Because
That
this
was
is in
good.
the past, okay? So this means either we are time traveling back to Act 3 once more and encountering this moment, and there's some time travel shenanigans, which has already happened with Alva, and this is going to be involved with the League mechanic, or somehow @Zeri is in the present, and people are saying this is Act 5. There's no way this is Act 5. This is not Act 5. I'm going to say that again. This is not Act 5. Act 5 is Oriath. Oriath in the present. @Zeri is not an Oriath. There's no way that's Oriana. That is almost without a doubt @Zeri. She just doesn't have 4 breasts like she does in all other appearances throughout PoE 1 and PoE 2. This is either a League mechanic that takes us back to that ancient era, Or there
But if
is
it's her,
a
why doesn't she
possibility
have 4 breasts?
that it's Act 6. Okay, hear me out, right? Because Act 5 or Act 6, I'm pretty sure has to do with the beast, perhaps us diving inside the beast. It's supposed to be very action-oriented, nonstop from beginning to end, half the length of Act 5, Act 4, Act 3, so on and so forth. So maybe there's some time travel shenanigans with that Ziri coming to the present, much like Doriani came to the present, and we encounter her in Act 6. Or maybe when we go inside the beast, there's a whole bunch of lore with all the people who have formerly communed with the beast. I don't know. It could be that. So Grinding Your Games could be dropping another nuke and releasing Act 5 and Act 6 with this update, even though I lean toward this
That would
being
be
a part
crazy.
of the actual league mechanic. So what might those league mechanics be? Well, to talk about this, we need to go back all the way to the very first content update for Path of Exile 1 in 2013, 1.1, The Sacrifice of the Vow. That is when Queen Atziri was first introduced.
No,
She was
PvP
the
players are a
premier
different breed,
pinnacle
yeah.
boss in Path of Exile 1 way back when. You dove into her alluring abyss and you fought her. She was an awesome boss fight. She still is in Path of Exile 1. And to reach her, you had to find these sacrifice fragments that were in Val side areas, which were basically corrupted main areas filled with Val creatures and mini bosses. So that is one potential idea of a league mechanic. These side areas that you would find scattered throughout campaign zones and map zones. And when you hopped into them, they had crazy modifiers, wild Val creatures, buffed up Val creatures, of which there are a lot in PoE 2 already. I'm sure they would add more. And then Val specific mini bosses. And then at the end, there would be some sort of reward that would give you a way to access Atziri. I think that's also very likely in this league. I think we'll be fighting Atziri. Grinding Your Games would not just show the 4-boobed queen without us being actually able to encounter her. Maybe we'll fight her in pre-4-boob form. I'm not sure. We'll have to find out. But I reckon in some regard, we will be encountering Queen Atziri. Additionally, in 1.1, there was another awesome mechanic added that stayed in the game forevermore, and I think it would serve excellently in Path of Exile 2, and I'd reckon this is one of the new reward mechanics that is coming in 0.4, and that is Val Skill Gems. Okay, so Val Skill Gems in PoE 1, and remember, guys, these are all just inspirations for what will happen in PoE 2. Abyss in PoE 1 looks nothing like Abyss in PoE 2. And I hope they do the exact same thing with whatever mechanics they decide.
I feel like adding Val skill gems at this point is silly. Like, you don't even have half of the skill gems in the game yet, and then you're going to add skill gem variants before you finish adding the rest of the skill gems? That just seems really weird to me.
To transform to Path of Exile 2. I don't want a one-to-one copy. I don't want no ritual. I don't want expedition. I don't want delivery. I want something new, and I'm confident they're going to accomplish that with this. I'm just giving you guys the background. So, back to Val skill gems. These are gems that you cannot consistently use. Instead, to use them, you have to power them up with souls. So, when you kill a monster, you capture its soul. Certain monsters have more souls. And when their gem fills up to, let's say, 100 souls, you can use the Val version of certain skill gems. So, for example, there is a version of Val Cyclone, the ability where you spin around in a circle, right? It's the one that everybody wants in PoE 2. Whirlwind attack, okay? And instead of you just continuing to spin in the circle, now during Val Cyclone, you also pull all enemies in the area in toward your spinning cyclone so you can kill them easier. There's Val Cleave, where instead of just a basic cleave attack, your cleave gains this demonic arm. And if you kill a rare enemy with it, you steal its modifiers, much like Headhunter. There are plenty more examples, but I'd argue that wouldn't be cool in PoE 2. You know what? In Path of Exile 2, they have a lot more resources. They have a lot more freedom with animations and effects. Why not just make a whole new class of Val skill gem? Not upgraded versions of Lightning Arrow or Tempest Flurry or Ice Strike or anything like that. Instead, you have, just like the lineage support gems, you have Val skill gems, and you have Apocalypse, the skill Apocalypse, and its classification is Val skill gem. or you have this skill summon
Okay,
Chimera.
I can see this more.
Instead of being able to just summon the bear and wolves, which should be coming in this update with the druid, you can summon the Chimera that we find in the Val Trials of Chaos for
I
a
can see
short
this happening.
duration. I think that would be so sick, a cool evolution. It's not just a better version
Also-
of an existing skill that you'd be able to use every so often.
If wyvern form is a real thing, this would help explain where the heck wyverns got into the mix. Because, like, it's totally out of left field otherwise in the PoE universe. Like, it's like just out of nowhere wyverns. You got your bears, you got your werewolves, and then you got your dragons. Like, it's just kind of crazy. Left field.
Instead, it's a truly meaty, I think I saw Neversink say on Twitter, an ultimate like ability. I think that would be rad. And of course, you would get
Man,
them
we
for
don't know that there's
whatever
actually
form
going to
of new
be
league
wyvern form,
content
no.
is introduced with the Fate of the Val, which it could be these Val side areas, which are juiced to the brim with Val creatures, or it could be one of my personal favorite league mechanics from PoE1, one of my big money makers, actually, for a very not smart player like myself, and that is Incursion. You might recognize the lady in this
That
little
was my first
Incursion
thght when I
trailer
saw
from
this
way
teaser,
back
honestly.
in
It
the
was just,
past.
oh,
June
Incursion.
1st, 2018, to be specific. In this now ancient Path of Exile 1 league, you joined Elva on an expedition to the past, to the Temple of Atzoatl. You constructed this temple by visiting rooms in your maps or your campaign zones, clearing the rooms, killing a mini-boss, and adding it to the temple, connecting different rooms in the temple together. And at the end of a set of these incursions, you would create a full Temple of Atzoatl. After you'd created the full thing, you would then join Elva in a raid to the temple that you constructed, with treasure rooms, boss rooms, league mechanic rooms, just rooms where you kill stuff, rooms that change the environment of the entire temple. And at the very end, there was a Roomba that you could kill. Additionally, you could even fight Queen
Roomba?
Atziri in her corrupted form in the Temple of Atzoatl. This, instead of the Val side areas, could be the league mechanic that we're seeing transformed from PoE 1 to PoE 2. And I would not complain. This could be sweet. Just like 1.1, Incursion also introduced a brand new sort of reward mechanic. And many of you are probably familiar with it somewhat in PoE 2, and that is corruption. Right now in Path of Exile 2, you can corrupt an item with a Val Orb, and you can get a great outcome, a good outcome, or a trash outcome, or really no outcome. Well, in Incursion, they introduced a way to double corrupt an item
Double
with
corrupt.
the Locus of Corruption. Instead of just touching your item once with the Might of Atziri and the Val, it would do it twice, and you could get 2 corruption outcomes. And I know there are a lot of gamblers out there who would love that in PoE 2. So those are the 2 very likely league mechanics that are coming with Fate of the Val, revamped for PoE 2, but I'd like to throw one into left field right here and now. And it's mostly because of the line on the thumbnail for this particular teaser. The mirror does not lie. Now, what could that mean? I'd like to just throw out there that it's possible that we might get a Scourge-like mechanic for PoE 2 during this league, wherein instead of going to a side area or doing incursion or something like that, we transform the entire area into a mirrored, bowed, cataclysmic version that we then fight monsters in, get
That could be
rewards
cool.
from, so on and so forth. There is also a chance they go in a totally unexpected direction here and pull from other prior league mechanics and just slap Val on top of it in an awesome way. Or maybe they just create something perfectly unique for Path of Exile 2, something many of us, including myself, have really yearned for, instead of just taking PoE 1 stuff, putting it in PoE 2, doing something PoE 2 only. Now, with Rise of the Abyssal, we knew exactly what we were getting for the most part. We knew it would be Abyss focused. With this, there's many different possibilities, and that
I don't know. I
small
would argue
chance
this was basically a
something
new thing.
totally out of left field, and it's Act 5 and 6.
Like, same
Anyway,
name
let's
and
transfer
theming,
back to the
but-
lore of the league for just a brief moment, because I do got to shout out Grinding Gear Games. The past 2 leagues, especially Rise of the Abyssal, and then Keepers of the Flame in PoE 1, they have gone in on the lore, the exposition, the dive into the story. There's little gimmicks and flourishes all throughout the actual story. So if they tease something as crazy as this, seeing Queen Atziri in her prime, well, that is debatable, I suppose. Before she is corrupted by the
debatable.
beast, before she communes with it, I think we're going to get some major
Are you
story
saying
drops
some
that
people
have
might
been
prefer
excited
the
about for a
4
very
boobies?
long time. Doriani, for the longest time, was this mysterious character in the Path of Exile universe. There were many lore videos and speculation about him on the forums, stuff by Kit and Cat Noodle, wherein people are talking about Doriani, and Grinding Your Games are dropping all these hints into the game about this guy. And then finally in PoE 2, in that third trailer or the fourth trailer before release, we see him and we get to encounter him in the actual campaign. We ally with him, we bring him to the present day, and now we see Atziri. It's just crazy. Grinding Your Games are cooking. Guys, people who typically aren't even hyped about PoE 2 leagues, I see freaking out about Atziri everywhere. It's they cooked with this one. They cooked.
I
They're
mean, they're
ready
just
to go.
excited because Lady.
I'm ready to go too, guys. All right, Exiles, I think that's it. I didn't want to make this one too long. Oh my goodness, I've been going for 19 minutes. It might be long. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. Are you as excited as I am? Were you talking at the Thanksgiving dinner table about Atziri and how she might have obtained her secondary pair of glands? Let me know in the comments
Secondary
below.
pair
Make
of
sure to
glands.
like the video. Subscribe to the channel for more PoE 2 content. There's a lot of stuff coming. Podcasts, news videos, an interview with Jonathan Rogers, and so much more. I cannot wait for this patch. It's going to be a lot of fun, you guys. Happy Black Friday. Have a great weekend. I'll see you in the next one. Stay sane. Hey,
All right. There's one more I want to watch because I saw Darth has something up.
Empires known that
I'm gonna watch this one.
Oh, wait, what is this? Okay, we just got the teaser. Okay, prediction. Double corrupts. Vol skills, vol side areas, 2 new
About
acts,
more
6
boobies.
new classes, 9 new ascendancies, 100% not fake information, and a whole
I
bunch
love
of
Darth, man.
streamers giving condom raging. No! Here we go, boys. We just got the teaser.
I desire more than what this mortal flesh could provide me. And so now, my darling, I am yours.
Oh! Faith of the Vol. Wait, is that Act 5? We're getting new acts? Okay, I mean, what mechanic is this? Is this Alva? Incursion? Yeah, are we getting Incursion League? I feel like this is Incursion plus Heist. Third Lab? Third Lab is Toda. Cannot be Act 5. I mean, Act 5, we're supposed to go the Oriath, right? Is what they said, so it doesn't really look like Act 5. Double Corrupts is certainly a crafting mechanic. So you think it's Gamba League? Gamba League double craft incoming. I actually did not expect to vol anything. They did say before that like league mechanics, they're reusing the ones from PoE 1. So the only thing I can think that even fits this theme at all is Incursion. Side areas, vol side areas. The red portals that no one runs. Yeah. Could be side areas. Vol skills. Oh shit, we could get vol skills. I mean, you can already kind of corrupt stuff. It could be double corrupts. Could be Incursion Alva League. I mean, Alva League would make sense. It's Delve Trust. Yeah, that certainly looks like Delve. So the only thing that this fits and what we already know, we know a couple things, all right? We know that they've already said they're going to reuse PoE 1 leagues for a while. If they're reusing a PoE 1 league, the only league that this actually fits is like Incursion, as far as I can tell.
In Val side
Outside
areas.
of that, I don't see this really fitting anything other than double, like you could do the Val skills, Val side areas people were saying. Like what else could it, you know, kind of be? What is Incursion? Educate me. It's like you go into a Vol temple and sort of make your own dungeon type thing. Atziri is a new pinnacle boss. Yeah, it could be something like that.
The thing about
was the
Incursion
worst. Please note.
Is
Yeah.
like, if you described Incursion to me, I'd be like, oh, that sounds super cool and fun. But in practice, I don't like it. Like what he just said, make your own dungeon thing, sounds dope. But I think it's like the interface that gets me with Incursion, where like when I first encountered it, I didn't even understand the heck I was doing. Like, it's not very intuitive to me. Like, I still don't really understand. Like, I know you like pick the room, I guess, that you're adding, but then like, I don't really understand the success and fail conditions when you like go into the thing. Like, there's usually like little mini bosses in there that you can kill, and then there's like a timer, seemingly. And then there's like doors you can open, and I think like the doors you open determine which doors open in the final dungeon. Like, it's just like it's just a little obtuse, you know? Like, I don't really, maybe I'm just stupid. But like I don't really get Incursion in PoE 1. It's like I've like dabbled in it because you can dabble in it during the campaign, but like I pretty much just ignore it when I get to maps because I'm just like, I don't understand what that is. You know? And I don't even know of any good rewards that come from it. I'm sure there's something. But yeah, so like on paper, the idea of making your own dungeon, that sounds cool. But I think the implementation matters a lot. So if they just took the basic idea of make your own dungeon, but really improved upon the actual implementation, that I'd be super pumped for.
I was like, basically it shows up and you like build out this mini dungeon that you're kind of making as you make selections. I didn't really do much of it. I'm not like an expert on Incursion. I never really ran it. Alva's already in the game, so Incursion makes sense. I agree, pal. This looks like Incursion to me. That looks like, Incursion's the only thing I can think it looks like. Or it's something new entirely. You think they just like pulled something new entirely out of here? I'm no expert on Incursion. You randomly make tempos, get nothing, and then have chat trade you a mage blade and you get double crept into a rare. That's Incursion. Pretty much. That's been my experience as well. Maybe
That
it's going
was
to be
Rax.
reworked. Well, no matter what, if it is Incursion, it's going to be heavily reworked because they said they take the other ones, but then like all of the mechanics have been brought over and basically been reworked to some extent. Thought the league name was the Last of the Druids. No, that's the patch name, like the expansion name. In the same way, the third edict was 0.3, but the 0.3 league mechanic was Rise of the Abyssal. So this is the league name, which is Fate of the Vol. I think it's bits
many
and
names?
pieces of other leagues. I don't want it to be a one-to-one to PoE 1 league mechanics. I mean,
My
hell,
brain's
this
too
could be an
small
Act
for that
5
many
teaser.
names.
I don't think it's Act 5. My first thought was like, oh, maybe it is, because you have like this dude, Tentacle dude, makes you think of the Beast, right? Like, you're like, oh shit, it's the Beast coming, you know, and that's like what we're chasing during the entirety of the story. But in Act 5, we go to Oriath, and this doesn't seem themed to be Oriath at all. So more than likely, this is just like a league mechanic and doesn't really have anything to do with the story outside of like thematic theme. The other part is
Different breads.
Okay, on the Nexus, we
There
have
are a lot of
the
different
corrupted
breads.
areas. So hold on, let me pull up the game real quick here. On the map, we have these corrupted areas, and these are obviously like part of the I mean, the mechanic could be something to do with like the corrupted areas. You go into the corrupted areas and there's like a mechanic in these, or you chase the corrupted areas to go to like the corrupted nexus. They could be doing something like that as well. Some kind of thing that interacts with the Atlas. Hopefully kind of not, because I actually wouldn't want the mechanic to be tied to like having to find these corrupted areas. Would be kind of like a chase mechanic that would be like kind of annoying, honestly. But that's the only other thing that kind of comes to mind with what we actually have like
I only speak
in the game at the
facts.
moment. It's Adziri, guys. She communes with the beast and gets 2 more boobs. I don't think it's Adziri, because like there's only 2 boobies in this. Is that
There's
not the
only 2
Countess
boobies.
from
He
the
can
main
count.
story,
Those
or
are
who am I
2
missing?
boobies.
Like, this is her, is it not? All you need to know about her is that she's mine. I don't think so, Karn. You don't get to claim dibs just like that easy. I mean, wasn't this league supposed to be more focused on in-game? Yeah, but like you're always going to get a league mechanic. Reflect coming into PoE 100% guarantee if they add
Oh my
Adziri.
god, please
Oh, that
no.
would be great. I hope we do get Reflect in game.
No.
Everyone's gonna love that a lot, actually. I
No.
heard that was like up there with Kalandra League. Okay, I
Darth,
got one more
please don't
secret
even
for you.
joke.
Did you know that Alva is an anagram for Vol? You're welcome. From the PoE wiki, although traditionally confined to the Ray class mainland, spanning the majority of the regions later conquered by Terran Empire, is known that the Vol culture had once extended to the shores of the island of Oriath. Queen Adzuri also used Oriath as a vault to keep valuable goods. Maybe we're getting Act 5 Incursion League? No, well, I mean, probably not. Because, okay, Fate of the Vol is the league name. They're sticking to their template. If that was true, then the third edict would have been like the league name. Like Rise of the Abyss has nothing to do with Act 4. You didn't realize already Fate of the Vol is actually Eat Off Alva? I think we can analyze every pixel. So let's see, it goes from dark to light, Therefore, brightness slider confirmed. There's a person walking towards a triangle. Therefore, geometry and women confirmed. The
Geometry and
goes
women
blurry. Therefore,
confirmed.
performance issues confirmed and low FPS confirmed because this is like it's getting laggy in the Porto. Delirium will still be cloudy. Oh yeah, let's see what Reddit has to say. Let's see what Reddit detectives have to say. Why only 2 honkers? Great job, Reddit. Fantastic first comment. Unlucky corrupt, unfortunately.
Unlucky corrupt.
This is the top
Lucky
comment. bro. You
corrupt
gotta be
is
kidding
such a
me. The next
nerdy
comment
joke.
Is,
What the hell?
Ex de Mukanva. Great. Atlas removed, only Vol Temple remains. So this is just ship posting. Rip 4 titties. There's nothing. There's
Rip 4
no
titties.
good conspiracy theories here. Everyone is just talking about a lack of 4 boobies. Like what? This is an unreadable thread. People are hyper trolling before 0.4. That's how you know everyone's bored. Like everyone's just shit posting memes. What's the YouTube comments say? Can't wait to see her outline under the delirium fog, bro. It's all fucking memes. At Zeri. Wait, do we actually think this is at Zeri? Is that what we're
Reflect my
saying? That's at
damaged
Zeri?
mommy.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean, okay,
God.
the hat is like a little. Yeah, it is somewhat similar. Wait, hold on. In POE 2, wait a minute. In POE 2, she doesn't have. Wait, never mind. She does have 4 boobies. Never mind. Wait, in POE 2, that's the POE 2 clip. She does have. That can't be her. It does have 4 boobies in POE 2 right now. Maybe that's her boss form.
We're really stuck
The
on the
hat kind
boobies.
of looks similar-ish. Fate of the Vol. Fate of the Vol Gemstone Sword. Oh my god, swords confirmed?
Swords
Physical damage,
confirmed?
attack speed, physical from hits converted to a random element. Wait a minute. Swords confirmed.
2 is different than 4.
100%
That's what we really
confirmed.
need to talk
Swords
about.
confirmed means we're getting duelist, all 3 ascendant. We're getting 2 new classes
I saw
confirmed. New weapon.
someone in chat. Hold on. Hold on.
Getting
Someone in his
duelist,
chat. 0.4, 4 boobs. It all makes sense. I love this community.
all 3 ascendant. We're getting 2 new classes confirmed. New weapon. Drew it 100%.
Yeah.
Just because of this random PoE wiki, full on confirmed.
Yeah.
There it is, dude. Ready
Confirmed.
misinformation? What do you mean? I would never. She's Viper. Look at snakes on the side. Oh, you know Viper did this. Wait, home. What does Viper look like in the game? It kind of looks like Viper.
People are
No,
just
it's
like,
not Viper.
lady.
It's not Viper.
Who are
It's
all
just-
the ladies?
It's just at Zeri, like pre getting corrupted or whatever.
This
It had-
community
it's gotta be
tired
at
me out.
Zeri. So incursion plus at Zeri boss, 100% swords confirmed. Vow skills, vow side
You better be
areas.
careful.
And of
You're going to
course,
go
they
take a
wouldn't
nap
release
thinking
sword
about 4 boobies.
without the class associated with it. So we're getting multiple classes released.
Multiple
and they wouldn't
classes.
release multiple classes without a new act to play it in. So we're
Yep.
getting multiple
Multiple
new acts, for the
acts.
full campaign. And they probably wouldn't release, if they're that close to having all the classes, then they might as well finish all the classes. So we're going to get all the classes
all the
released.
classes.
If you have
Yeah.
all the classes, you need all the ascendancies. So we're going to get all the ascendancies for the current class release as well. And if you're going to add a league mechanic, you might as well flush it out with a few other league mechanics and a couple Uber bosses. And PoE 3 announced while we're at it. There's nothing to work with here. We have a triangle at Zeri and probably
I love
Incursion.
darts,
That's what we're
man.
working with. That's what we got. What is this clip I'm getting clipped here? The fuck am I want? Why am I getting clipped there? Yeah, wait, hold on. It's the same person.
It's the same person. Yeah.
That's pretty much all of the confirmation we need. Oh, wait, what is this? Okay, we just got the teaser. Okay, prediction. Double corrupts.
Oh.
All skills.
It
all...
restarted. I was like, wait, what? Oh my god, that's funny. All right. I ate my almonds. My peckishness subsided. It is time to bail up some of this, or gonna dream about boobies. Okay, have fun. Hard to think of something else that's better to dream about. All right, the smaller field first. We'll see how many bales we get. Ba-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-dum. I'm really worried this grass isn't fully grown. These pines just don't seem very big. Maybe it's fine. No, okay. Yeah, I think this is fine. Hey, welcome back. Just finished watching Talkative Try and Darth talking about the PoE 2 stuff. Now I'm bailing. I had some almonds. Yeah, a little snack. I had a little almond snack. And we were just talking about boobies. Boobs are what's on all the PoE 2 players' minds. Man, I should have gotten gas. I didn't realize how low on gas I was. Blue-footed boobies? No. There's this character in PoE that's got 4 boobs. And there was a teaser released for the upcoming League in PoE2 that had that character in it, but she didn't have 4 boobs, she had 2, so everybody's trying to figure out what happened. We're already at a full load of bales in this field. So 42, booby reduction surgery. My thinking, and this is what Try was pointing to as well, is that we know that that character did something with the beast, and now with this it seems as though what she did with the beast was that she had sex with the beast, and maybe her having 2 boobs was pre sex times with beast. Hey, Zan, you missed it. We were watching Darth and talking about boobies. There's a whole boob theory going on with the new PoE2 league. It's a new field of study, boob theory. Through another set or got pregnant? Some females develop. Yeah, I think something like that, Lola. But also, like, maybe when they, like, did the naughty, maybe the beast, you know, messed her up a little. Kind of, like, left some beastly bits behind, you know? Hardcore, yeah. Lurkin, nice. I can't remember what the word. So, like, we had heard that she did something with the beast. I forget what the word was. They were talking about the word. It was like, yeah, I can't remember what the word was. But originally, like, when we heard the word, like, there was like one person who thought that it meant sex, and everyone else was just like, nah, it's just some kind of ritual. Like, it's no big deal. And now everybody's like, nah, that meant sex. I just can't remember what the word was. Mattress servant. It started with a C. Oh. Chocolate whipping cream in a can. Fancy. You put that on your pie? Now on hot cocoa with the whipping and marshmallows. Ooh. Is it because you're watching me make marshmallows? I'm a marshmallow farmer. Yes, sirree. It's actually getting dark. I didn't realize how late in the day it was. In the game, I mean. We might be picking up bales in the dark. I mean, with as much bailing as I have to do, we might be bailing in the dark. We'll see, though. Yeah, the white really helps. Yeah, like I could make the bale wrapping like green or blue and stuff, but I really like the white, like not just because they look like marshmallows, but it is actually just easier to see in a lot of circumstances. When they go rogue and they roll out into the street and stuff, it's way easier to find them. This is a good amount of bills. If we're gonna get over 50 from this one, I can only imagine how many we're gonna get from the other one. Get this little bit over here. I mean, looking at how close together the bales are, it felt like this wasn't fully grown grass when I was like cutting it and putting it in rows, but it must have been. I think it's just like a visual thing, graphics. This is one of my concerns too with like my map idea for the more complicated map idea is I don't know that the game could handle it very well. Like, first of all, there might just be like a hard limit to how much I think you would call this like they call it like fillable on the ground. It's like the type of thing on the ground. It's like loose stuff like grass and dirt and the sand and stuff that we were picking up on New Frontier. There might just be a hard limit to how much of that you can even have. But the New Frontier map had a lot of it, so I don't know. But I was definitely thinking more than that. Like, I want it to be so much that you're literally like digging in it, you know, and finding stuff. Like enough that I could put an entire tractor underneath that you could not see until you dug into it, right? So like there might be a hard limit, but even if there's not a hard limit, maybe potentially there could be like crazy performance issues, but also if there's drawing issues, it could kind of ruin the whole idea. Because if, like, let's say like it doesn't draw the fillable when you're a certain distance away from it, well then you could just see everything it's hiding. And then that kind of ruins the whole point, right? So I don't know. But like I was saying before, I think just like I still would want to make one even if I don't do that idea, just because the start from scratch map that I would want to play on just doesn't seem to exist. So see what happens. Bury your tractor like kids with Hot Wheels. Yeah, pretty much. I want it to basically be like a big sandbox. Literally. That's what I would call it. I would call it the sandbox. Both because it would be a sandbox style map where it's a start from scratch map, but also because of the, you know, literal sand. On image right now, the Sahara Desert Edge, swallowing vehicles, and all the rusty bits sticking out. Oh man. Yeah, I think if I went for that idea, I would want to basically, I would want the like explanation of the map to be that some sort of natural disaster happened, and that's what you're like cleaning up, right? Like everything got covered because some sort of natural disaster happened. Okay, so this field was 58 bales. Pretty good. Pretty good. Let's go do the really big one now. So my very like low-balling it guess for this field was 160. But if that one was 58, I think I very much low-balled it. I think it's going to be a very good amount. You think 350? That would be so nice. I think we hit 200 for sure. But I don't think 350 is impossible. It's crazy too to think that it's that many bales when we put grass on every single field we put crops on, and my total bale count right now is at 590, including the previous one we just did. So if this ends up being like 200 or 300, it's like, what was even the point of planting the grass in all the other fields, you know? That was so much more work than if I had just only done grass on this field, but then instead of spending months on the other fields, just done this field, then I would have gotten probably more bales for less work too. It looked great. Well, that's good. It was a fun process too. I would tackle it differently having done it now than I did, because it had like, again, I don't know if this is like a Farming Simulator 25 thing, but the mowing like ruined the shape of the fields. So the next playthrough, I'm gonna be more careful when I'm making fields, like how I handle the borders, so that when I mow, I don't change the shape of the field. It needs like a non-mowable border surface of some kind. The thing that's crazy that makes me think it's not how it always worked is that it really did. Yeah, absolutely, Julie Andrews. Yeah, just the hills are alive for sure. Look at, I mean, it's such a beautiful slope. It really does blow my mind that it's this steep and it's still workable. It just doesn't feel like an accident. Like I feel like they had to have actually tested the surface somehow. Like it's crazy to me that it is workable when it's this steep. Our 600th bale in this playthrough. It's weird. It feels like I've done way more grass work than I've actually done. Because it really does slow it down to have it separated on smaller fields versus a big field like this. You just spend so much time like traveling and swapping between the different equipment for the process of making bales and stuff. Well, we haven't even gotten the perimeter and we're at 16 bales for this field. It's pretty good. I'm excited to see how many bales get caught up on the fence from rolling down the hill. I think we're gonna have a lot of bales that don't get caught by the fence and go rolling everywhere too. Let this one drop real quick. I think I see some rolled down there. Did that hop the fence? That looks like it's on the other side. No, okay, I think that is on the fence. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Marshmallow's Gone Wild video since 10 p.m. Excuse me. Thank you for the hick. Whoa, someone turned the lights off. It's like a light switch. Eclipse, right? I mean, now that the grass is cut, I could stop if it gets too dark and we could finish tomorrow. Because the grass will grow even though I haven't picked up the loose grass. I don't even know why I'm talking about it like it matters. I'm not cutting this grass again in this playthrough. But it's habit. It's habit. It's hard to even wrap my head around like the end of the playthrough being so tangible this time. And like money not being a problem. That's already quite a sight. I don't think this grass is fully grown. The piles just aren't thick enough. It's still gonna be a lot of bales, but it's a shame. I think the weather just really got in the way. Oh, I missed some. All right, this much of the field done, and we just made as many bales as the other field. Just for comparison's sake, how much bigger this field is. That's 58 bales. The fence is doing its job. It's catching those bales. Probably gonna have more when we get higher up the slope that really go rolling. Trying to go from the bottom to the top so that we have less bales that are like in the rows of grass that get in my way. So far, so good. Look at that! Look at all the marshmallows! Not even halfway across this field yet, too. And that looks so cool. It's gonna take me forever to transport all these. It's gonna be crazy. Birds. parts froze, and those were like east, I think. It's getting really cold in here. Wow, what temperature is it outside? Okay. I might need to make sure our heating is on because my fingers are getting cold. And my nose. I don't want to get sick all over again. Yeah, I should go check. I'll be right back. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, our heating wasn't on. It was 60 degrees inside the apartment. Probably not a good idea. Not when healing, yeah. I do like the cold though. It's too bad I like the cold so much. Look at all them marshmallows. That looks crazy. Seeing them makes it like stuff like this also helps helps you see how sloped it is. Same here, you love the cold, yeah. Yeah, I always say my ideal temperature is when it's cold enough that I'm shivering a little bit. But I know that means it's not a good temperature for my body. Even though that's my preferred temperature for it to be. And then you get a blanket and You put like a hoodie on, you snuggle up. You feel a little nippy, like you're like feel a little. You feel like a little bite of cold on your nose. I love it. Yikes, too cold. I love it. I love it. But especially nowadays with how easily I get sick, I gotta be careful. I gotta fight my natural inclination for wanting it to be really cold. Louise actually noticed before I did that a lot of me getting sick was coinciding with just temperature changes. So there's a lot of like sudden temperature drops here. And Louise was like, every single time there's been a sudden temperature drop, you have gotten sick immediately. It's like, oh, dang it. We're at 90 bales. Well, we're definitely hitting 200 bales because we're not even halfway done. Is that? Okay, no. I thought I saw a bale way out there in the woods, but I don't think that's a bale. Look at them all. Oh, I see one rolling. I see that one rolling. Slowly, but it is rolling. I got just the one. They're gonna hit that other one and stop. Yep. I can see where they rolled from, because there's like a gap in the line of, of bales. 100. Wonder what it is sometimes. Like, most of the time they really seem to stick to where they are plopped down, but sometimes they just start rolling, and they can really travel once they start, but it seems like it's really hard for them to initially start rolling. Maybe I like accidentally nudge them or something sometimes. I'm not sure. Give them that initial like push. Yeah, that's just a crazy sight. $700 bales in the playthrough so far, and 113 of them from this field so far. And lots of grass left. That's the other fun part to this I'm excited for is like with the crops, I think it's going to be a little bit harder to see, but because I'm just going to sell them like as we harvest them, I think. But with the bales, since I have the storage, like I'm just going to deliver them all together for sale, I would think. And then we get to see like total how much grass money or like silage money we made. And really we haven't been super efficient with it either. Like I think if we had even just kept up with this field, I don't know, it's unclear like when it finished growing. It was really hard to keep track of all the grass fields growths, honestly. But especially throughout the course of the next year of game time, as we harvest everything, I'm not planning on recutting this throughout that. But if we did, like obviously this is a lot of bales, so that would be crazy. But even without doing that, I think we're gonna make a lot of money from silage bales. I mean, never as much as what we got from wood chips, but considering how much money realistically I put into doing grass, especially if you kind of don't count the land that ultimately wasn't even going to be used for grass, like it turned into cropland. It's not that much, like I think we will make all of the like cost money back from a single harvest of all of this grass. Like when we go to sell the silage, I don't think we're necessarily like really profiting because we only did one harvest, but certainly if I kept up with hold on. Okay. If I kept up with mowing this field in particular, we'd make good profits over the year, because you get like 3 to 4 harvests per year in this field, depending on how much snow we got. Oh my god, look at that. Oh wow. That's a lot of bales. That's what 128 bales looks like. Oh, and World of Warcraft I haven't talked about on stream in a while, because I kind of like haven't played it in a bit because I've just been so distracted trying to actually finish games, and WoW's, you know, unfinishable. But I think it's December 2nd, somewhere around there, early December. Early access for housing comes out. It's been in beta and stuff, so like technically I could go mess with it, but like once it's in early access, it's like that's my house that I keep, you know. So that's pretty fun. I don't know if I'm gonna mess around with it too much before Midnight actually launches, which they announced Midnight launch on my birthday next year. So I'm pretty pumped for that. Maybe that'll be a really fun birthday stream. I don't know. I wasn't really planning on like streaming me playing the launch of Midnight, even though I was like super excited to play it. But maybe I will since it's on my birthday. That it comes out. I don't know. Usually Monster Hunter is what takes over my birthday stream, and also just my birthday, because they tend to release in March Monster Hunter games, but it's also usually like every other year, so I don't expect that we'll be getting a new Monster Hunter in 2026 because we just got Wilds. I mean, it might be the expansion launch, I guess, around then. I don't actually know. I haven't been paying super attention to Wilds news, so I'm just kind of waiting. I'm letting myself also just like not be. Also, wait, no, 2026 March I think is when Monster Hunter Stories 3 comes out too. I'm getting lots of birthday presents. Yeah. But yeah, other than that, like other than Stories, which I'll probably play like at launch, I'm just kind of letting myself like stay away from Monster Hunter for a while after what happened with Wilds. And I think that means like by the time I go back to Monster Hunter, I'm gonna be like so Monster Hunter starved that I'm gonna lose my mind, and that'll be great. That'll be a really good time. It'll be a very happy moment when I return to Monster Hunter. I mean, I've just had like a saga of issues, like not even all Monster Hunter's fault, of technical issues surrounding Monster Hunter, because back when Monster Hunter Rise was coming to PC was also around, it was one of the slew of games that got soured by my computer trying to explode on me. And then Wilds came out, and then that's like no matter what you were on, you were having PC issues on PC. So it's just kind of back-to-back bummers for me. At least with Rise, I got so much enjoyment out of it on Switch, like before it came to PC. Before all that stuff happened to my computer. I mean, I just have so many happy memories of like Rise in particular, which is so much fun because of stream. Like, I made like my sub badges, I want to say like a year and a half maybe before Rise was even out, and they're Rise based because it's the dog from Rise, and like I just had so much anticipation built up for it. It was just like such a special thing to like share it and like have that moment. Like there were so many great clips and like moments of like Juan, or like when we that magical moment. We were like doing story quests. Swan and I were doing story quests, and it was so far before I ever would have imagined we would run into a Rajang. And Juan just happened to be like, he was just checking the question mark monster on the map, like not knowing what he was going to find. And I was just headed towards like the quest monster, which I think was like a Baroth or something. And he's just, he gasps and he's like, you're going to be so happy. And you're like, what do you mean? Like, okay, like, sure, I'll go to where you are. And I just was not expecting a Rajang. Like, I think we were very early high rank or something. And we both just were like, yup, we're going to do this. Somehow we're going to kill that Rajang and we're going to finish the quest and get both rewards in this time period. And like, I remember we cut it so close on time because that Rajang was so hard for us because we hadn't even geared up really at all. I think we were still in like mostly low rank gear and stuff because we'd just gotten into high rank, but we were so determined. Like we were like, you could hear it in the clips and stuff, like our voices, like we're very serious, like we're actually like, usually Juan and I are playing Monster, we're just goofing around, goofballs, whatever, but we were serious mode. We were like, we better not mess this up, man. We were focused because we really wanted to get that early kill on him because it was just too good. It was like too good to be true. We couldn't waste it, you know. And then I got to mount the Rajang because of the mounting system in Rise. And I was so excited, but also so nervous about us like not being able to finish that I didn't even like test out his moves or anything. I was just like, no, we gotta get maximum, you know, head bonks on the wall. Get maximum damage because we're too short on time. Gotta focus. Dreamer, me? Welcome in. How you doing? Welcome in, guys. I'm just bailing some grass here. Sweet raids are made of dreams. Welcome in. Welcome to Farming Friday. Every Friday we do some farming. I just mowed this massive field today. Getting it all baled up. Yeah, how was your stream? What were you streaming? Hold on, let me... Ooh, sorry. It's really bright compared to the game room. Give you a shout out. Farming Friday is such a vibe. I've been loving it. I've been doing it for a bit now. Ah, Expedition 33. I haven't played that. I know everybody loves it though. I've heard that music. The music's really good from that game. Titans, hello. Yeah, we're seeing, this is my biggest field. My biggest grass field. Looking forward to figuring out how many bales we get for this. So far we're at 157 bales. It's getting dark though. You love the music? Turned around here. Look at all these bales, man. It's crazy looking. Flexing those dreamer emotes. It's going dark in real life here, so that means it's close to dinner time. Well, in the farming sim game, this day has lasted multiple streams. This playthrough's been kind of fun. We've done, my goal for this playthrough, we're in like this woodland map. It's pretty much just woods and fields and stuff. And my goal was to plant every single crop except for the ones that require like landscaping. So there's a couple where you gotta like plant vines and stuff like grapes and olives. Didn't do those, but total of 19 different crops, and we're kind of wrapping up the playthrough, pun intended, because I have planted all 19 crops at this point. Oh yes, please go grab your food and lurk. Thank you for the raid. And yeah, we pretty much are in the home stretch here. I wanted to get this field mode at least one time. It's a nice epic field. Get lots of bales, and then we're basically gonna make the rounds and harvest all the different crops, and that'll be it for this playthrough. And I've been excitedly planning my next farming playthrough as well. But this in particular, getting this grass baled up is extra satisfying for me because I love mowing and farming sim. And this is such a big field. I was really excited to do this field. So it's a good day. Very good day. 163 bales so far from this field. Dang. Oh, I missed a big old stretch. Let me like turn around maybe. Yeah, it was cold here too. I had to turn on the heat in the middle of the stream. It was getting really cold in the apartment, and I realized that we didn't switch over to heating. And I'm still getting over a cold, so I was like, uh-oh. Can't have that. I'm just grateful I caught this cold really suddenly. Like, it was like, I went from like, I had just recovered from another cold. This is my life. I'm just sick all the time. I had just recovered from another cold, and then I was like totally fine, and then out of nowhere, deathly ill. And then, but yeah, that was like 2 days ago, and I'm almost completely better now, so hopefully I can keep it that way. You know, I get sick so much now, I just try to make the most of when I'm feeling good, you know? Get as much streaming and gaming in as I possibly can. Hanging out with people. You know the feeling? Yeah. Yeah, how are you doing, Titans? You just recently had all kinds of health scares. I hope you're feeling better. And I hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving yesterday. We beat Etchringen 2 yesterday for Thanksgiving. Much better. Went to Thanksgiving with the family. Good. Did you get any pumpkin pie? Pumpkin pie is my favorite. You know, I wouldn't mind some turkey and some mashed potatoes either. I haven't had mashed potatoes in a really long time. And there's this really unhealthy casserole family recipe that usually pops up around Thanksgiving that's like, we call it pineapple casserole. It's basically like almost like a pineapple pie, but in casserole dish form. And people eat it like it's a side of mashed potatoes. But it's definitely just like pineapple pie or something. It's like covered in brown sugar and stuff. Like it's sugary as heck. But it's very good. Very good. My family also gets usually pretty competitive about their meat. like 6 different people will show up with the same meat dish or something, and then I remember people being like, you gotta eat. They're like making me try all their different meats and telling them which one I like better. Like, I always give force-fed way too much food on the Thanksgivings. I mean, I used to have to go to like 3 different Thanksgivings for my family, so that alone was a lot. Hey, Lexus, welcome in. Your feet hurt. Oh no, kick your feet up. Watch me bale all these bales. 177 bales from this field so far. A concert, nice. We're bailing into the night. I'm so excited for tomorrow too, to start Etrian 3. I'm so pumped. It's like I'm getting a brand new Etrian game tomorrow. That's what it feels like. Since I haven't really played 3, like I've played the beginning of 3, but since I haven't gotten very far in it, it's basically like I'm getting a brand new Etrian game tomorrow. Happy Thanksgiving to me. Oh, it's getting real dark over here. In the shadow of the trees. I could turn on my headlights, but it's kind of nice. Kind of don't mind the dark. And I can still see. Well, my estimate of 160 bales was definitely a little bit under. Oh my God, look at that. Look at that. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Oh my gosh. They're really not rolling too much, actually. We only had a couple rollers. Yeah, new PoE2 season. So we get the reveal. Live stream is on the 4th. And the league is on the 12th. We were watching, they released a new teaser, I think yesterday. We were watching Darth and Talkative Try discussing it. It was like 5 seconds, but they both had a lot to say about a 5-second teaser. It was pretty funny. I'm really excited. I'm excited we're getting Druid. And anything else is a bonus for sure. People are hungry though. It's Darth was memeing on it, but people are got, you know, all their wishes about what's going to be in 0.4 from like it's not just Druid, it's going to be multiple classes to people really wanting swords, people really wanting the rest of the campaign. There's a lot of stuff they need to get to adding because I think people are starting to get a little impatient. How to use all? I feel like I remember there being a command for it actually. I just don't remember what it is. If Vertex or Void was here, I'm sure they would know. Oh, there you go. Nailed it. Man, look at you with the big experience scroll pile. For the team or something. For progress. I think Lola's guess may be right. There it is. Thanks, Lexus. Nailed it. Got the credit. You're famous now. That'll show up on every Ravenfall server now. I definitely think I'm gonna sleep in game before we pick all these bales up. Otherwise, we'll be driving through the woods in the night for like at least 10 trips of bales. This is crazy. It's beautiful. Oh, blister on your feet. Oh, that's the worst. Well, at least now you can sit, right? You're not walking on a blister anymore. Sometimes though, when it's that bad, it's almost worse when you finally sit down. That's when you really feel it. That's when you really feel your feet. You got a foot bath? You could like soak your feet? Too old for this shit. Oh. Mm-mm-mm. 202 bales. God, it's so many. I sort of like, I don't know, just Ring of the Celestial. Is that the magic ring? Yeah? Heck yeah, I'll take a Ring of Celestial. I wonder if I can equip that yet. Because that one needs, like, Slayer levels, right? That would be dope. Thank you. We'll have 800 bales total here in a little bit. 7 away. Yeah, I think we might actually hit 250 on this field. It's kind of hard to estimate now because this little part that's left is a little bit like different than the rest of the field. There you go. Thank you. Put that bale right in the middle of another grass lane. Oops. 215. Putting us at 802 total. Or at least one bale go across the street. Oh. $220. I still didn't get that piece of grass that I was trying to get. I'm sure there's little bits of grass that I didn't see because it's a little bit dark too. All over the place. Surely I haven't missed enough to make an entire bale though. Let me try to get this. There we go. Do the edge row last so that you can try to catch some bales that might try to roll out of here. 'Cause there's no fence on this side. I don't want my bales to go into Rabbit's yard. I mean, technically I own Robert's land, but still. I have a monopoly in this town. But I try to be respectful. Yeah, 250 bills, no problem. We're already at 228. And this outer lane, I still haven't picked up all the way down the row too. All the way to the fence line. We're not hitting 350 bales though. That was a little bit of a stretch. But 250, no problem. My thing was I really overestimated the size of the other field. It was only when we really started mowing it that I'm like, man, this field's kind of small. Like it felt so small. It's like it felt so big when I was making it, and especially when we were clearing it of trees, but compared to this field, that field is nothing. Just like somebody's backyard. Not even a field. Yeah, I just left a little triangle of grass there. Oops. 240. That's 10 trips with the trailer. And we're not done. Not to mention the 58 on the field neighboring this one. So 242 means we're at 300 bales just between these two grass fields. Out of the 829 total, 300 of them were from these two fields. even though I had like 19 grass fields. That's crazy. More than that, actually. We technically had 20 grass fields before these two. They were just so small by comparison. Oops, 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 oops. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good, we're good. Very hard to turn with this thing. Alright, I think this row, this outer row is the last one. $250. Ba-da-bum-ba-ba-dum. $260. There we go. I knocked that out of the way. Oh, spoke too soon. Here we go. Wasn't too bad. Bum-bum. I see the end. I am actually surprised how few bales seem to roll. I thought we were gonna have a busy fence line over here. Like 50 bales piled up on it. That can't be a bale all the way over there, can it? Wait a minute. Okay, 266 was the final count. Hold on. Is that a bale? Okay, no, it's not. It's like, no shot. How did something get all the way over there? Okay. There you go. 266 bales. Oh, look at them all. I can't even look at them all in one shot. That is beautiful.
I do not know as much about human relationships as I thought.
Beautiful. And we add the 58 from the other field. That means we did, let's see, that's 310 or 316 plus 8. So 324 bales today. Just from these two fields. To be fair, it's more like 3 fields because this field is 2 fields connected together, but still wild. Let's head on home. Need to refill on gas. It's getting foggy out here too. And that's the other field. Yeah, I remember in the No Man's Land playthrough, in the mornings, and it's dark, yeah. In the mornings, when I would take care of the animals, we would take the horses for a ride because you got to ride them around to take proper care of them. And I'd run up on the tops of the hills. Oh, you hear those noises? Nature noises. It was like an owl or something. And I would look out at my land while riding my horses, and you just see fields and fields of bales because I would leave them out because I had nowhere to keep them all. It was just rolling hills of bales. It was crazy. But we'll go to bed and then we'll could you sell them? Yeah, well, the reason they were sitting out is because they were fermenting, so they have to ferment for, I think it's like a month, so that the grass turns to silage, which is worth more. So I would almost always have multiple fields worth of bales sitting out while I was waiting for them to ferment when we were in No Man's Land. But see, now we've got our underground bunker storage, so I can store all of these. Not tonight, though. We'll do it tomorrow because it's really dark. It's getting dark out here. The important thing is we got it cut. And as a bonus, I also got it all baled up. I'm sure there's little bits of grass still sitting around, but we got most of it. All right. You would love to farm, getting too old, yeah. Get the gas tank filled up here. I'll do a repair as well. We did a lot of field work. And we'll get all those picked up, and then it's off to harvesting all the different crops. Okay. Save too. What's it say on our tracker? My God. I guess it doesn't count it as bales as much as just the total liters, but that's crazy. Bedtime. Time to get to work. Oh, I should check sales and stuff. I haven't been. Okay. Nothing we need there. Alright, time to get the trailer. Got work to do. I have a lot of trips to make. April was a busy month for us. I couldn't even tell you how many fields of work we did this month. A lot. Like, not all 19 crop fields were mowed, baled, fertilized, plowed, fertilized, and planted this month, but most of them were. Busy month. Load number 1. It's gonna take me an hour just to lug these to storage. It's a long trip. Time to go through the woods. Try to find some shortcuts. It's really just on the opposite side of the map. No way around it. Load number 2. Ba-da-dum, bum-ba-dum. I'm actually gonna call it right here, you guys. I'll finish transporting these over to storage off stream, and then next Friday we'll do our crazy harvest palooza. We're gonna harvest all the different crops and wrap up the playthrough next Friday. Should be good. Sell all these bales next stream too, most likely, and see that how much we get for it. And I'm gonna raid the Alphaeus, the animals. I see some fox movement. Go over there. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're going to be starting Etrian 3. I'm very excited. Bye-bye. See you then.